Okay, I'm working on this 2013 Dodge Dart with a 2.0 liter engine. We're going to be replacing this, and this one here is actually locked up. Not quite sure what happened to the vehicle, but it got overheated. There's water in the oil, and there's signs that there was a busted fitting on here, and I think that got replaced, but it was probably a little too late. So anyways, we're going to go ahead and just get started. Now, the engine that I found for this car was about $1,600. At this time, they're not just too bad, but the engine's got 50,000 miles on it. I'm going to be replacing it. The car itself has right at 100,000 miles. Okay, now very first thing before beginning any work, we're going to chock these rear wheels. Don't want the car to be moving. Okay, and for starters, the very first thing, I think we're going to go ahead and get this battery out of here. I'm going to take a 10 millimeter and disconnect this side, and then we're going to also take a 10 millimeter. We may wind up taking more of this off. We're just going to take it loose right here for now. So this one doesn't have a clamp down here, if it had one. Okay, before I can go to yanking this loose, we've got a couple of things. We've got a band here we need to free up. Okay, now we should have a couple of screws. One is missing here. So we've got one right there, either a flat or a Phillips. We'll go ahead and get that out. And I believe that screw will stay there, but it may try to fall loose. I'm going to try to get this off, this hose. Okay, with these two screws out, we should be able to just push this over. And then this will slip right out because we had the band loose. Oh, wow, seen better days. Okay, now while I'm right here at it, we're going to go ahead and take this out. And we just got this 10 millimeter right here. Or this should just snap down in here. So there we have that, and we're going to constantly be putting bolts and nuts back where they go so we don't have to guess as to where they came from. Now there was this line right here, I didn't see it was snapped to the side of this, so you want to pop that little plastic rivet out right there, so just be mindful of that. Okay, now we're going to come over to this other side. We got a connector. I'm going to push down on that right there, and then you can look down here, see we've got a 7 millimeter band to loosen up. Okay, now that will free this up back here from the throttle body. Okay, with those out of the way, it will simply unclip. Area. Still a little bit tight under this right side. Just got to kind of push it down a little bit because it's just wanting to hang up on this. Okay, we're going to disconnect these from the computer here. Just push down right there, that little black tab, You see, just give that a push. That's the lock. Pull that forward. And we'll do the same thing over here on this side. We'll tape these up, so no debris is getting in there. And you know, you want to start labeling stuff too, even though these are color coded. Okay, right down here we got a ground wire. We're going to take that 10 millimeter loose, and we're going to label this. Okay, now we're going to free up this computer here, and in order to do that, we've got a 10 millimeter right down here. You're going to have to go down there and get that. I'm going to come right over here. There's another one. And as we come around, push these wires over, come down here with an extension and get this one right here loose. Okay, now you should be able to lift this up. Now we do have this snap. Let me get my little tool. Okay, now we can lift that out of there. Now again, you want to put all these 10 millimeters back where they go, so you're not forgetting and losing them. Well, somebody had cut this at one time. I don't know why. There are some other little clips that have been broken. If you're going to have wires that are clipped to this, you're going to have to pop those loose. The next thing that I want to do is pop this little wire out right here. All right, now we're going to go in there and get this bolt. Okay, I'm going to be using a 13 millimeter. Just got an extension here. Let's go ahead and get this 10 millimeter right here. Okay, for this next part, it's going to be difficult to show you because the bolts are going underneath. There's two 13 millimeter bolts. I'm running my ratchet with a little bit of an extension here. And I'm taking, just getting the back one loose here, and then I'm going to move on to that front one. You can see that it's freeing it up. Okay, so just to recap, there's our all three bolts plus the little 10 millimeter. Took one over here, two from underneath, one that was going, the 10 millimeter was going in there. Now we can take this piece out of the way, and like I said, somebody cut this in half. There is where those two are going in at. Now this one you kind of might need a swivel. I was able to get it because it wasn't very tight, but you can see how the shifter cable's like right there. So this is probably one of those things that they most definitely put it in the car and then they slide the engine up. Well, that's already in place. Okay, so I take it that this has a bolt coming in this way from the fender well. We're going to have to access it there, and that's probably, you know, the reason someone cut this is to make it easier to get in here. But not sure if I want to deal with that at this moment, or we're just going to wait because we're going to be having to remove the wheels and stuff anyways, and we may just cover that then, but that is how that's being held in. There's another bolt coming through there, and probably when, like I said, this is probably what failed on the car, is this one. This fitting right here. These things are prone to bust, and this is brand new. See this hose here, all this is new, and this is probably what failed, and they fixed this, but it was a little too late. So I guess we're going to have to come back and deal with this, even though this is something that's going to be in your way at this point. So I don't know if I want to go ahead and cover this, or we're going to wait, or what. We may just go ahead and get into this, because you're going to need to take this out. Okay, we're just going to start getting these wheels off using a 3/4, and this has these capped lugs, so you may have to tap your socket. So we're just going to go through and break these loose on both sides. Okay, we got it lifted up slightly. We're going to go ahead and finish taking the lugs off here. Okay, and this is where we're lifting from. And I've just placed the jack stand. I'm going to do the same thing on both sides. Okay, the first thing we're going to focus on is this axle nut, and these, where these grooves are, it's going to be crimped in, so you're going to take a punch and you're going to have to tap those out, or you won't be able to remove the nut here. Okay, next thing up, we're going to take a 36 millimeter, 1 inch and 7/16 will work. And I want to make sure that this is not seized. Okay, we're going to be using some E-Torx. For the next step, we're going to need an E20. So we're going to work on removing the brake caliper here. First thing, we're going to pop this little rubber piece out here to give us some slack. Okay, so we're going to work on removing these that hold the bracket. We got our E20 extended ratchet. Like I said, we're doing the exact thing on the other side. The only difference is gonna be with the CV axle removal. Okay, so we got those loose. So there's what that looks like. Okay, so I'm going to get a hand on this. And I've just got a bungee cord up here. Okay, we got a 5 millimeter hex that's holding this. Okay, the next time we're going to remove these 3 10 millimeters here, holding the dust shield, just so this is not getting dented up, and it'll also just be out of our way. It'll be easier to get to other things. Okay, before we get back to where we were at, we're going to go ahead and work on taking out this fender well piece here. and then probably once we get the part of our battery tray out, we'll go ahead and work on getting these CV axles out of the way. So we just got some various sizes here. Looks like 7s and 8. Okay, I believe that's the last of the screws. Okay, now we just got to get all these snaps out of here. Okay, now a good way to keep up with all these so you're not losing them is just put them in a little bag like this and just stick them in the driver's door. Okay, so this is what this looks like back here. There's a 13mm bolt on there. You got these wires. This is clipped to the box here. This is also clipped to the back of the box here with a 10mm, so we need to remove that as well. So we might as well go ahead and get this one first. Okay, like I said, this wire clips in a few places here, but you can move it out of the way there. Okay, so you can see this is the other 13. I'm just using an extension here. And this is the last bolt holding this thing. So this is what you'll need to remove to get the tray out. I mean, I can see somebody's wanting to cut the thing because if they come back in, it's going to be in the way again. So, but it's not really good because then it's two separate pieces. So maybe just leaving out well, I would say leaving out this bolt, but that wouldn't really work either, because then it wouldn't be supported right, and then this part wouldn't be supported to this. But anyways, that should have this thing loose, unless there's something else we're missing here. So considering the time someone took to cut it, it would have probably been just as easy to take it out of here the right way. So there's the other piece. Okay, now I'd actually thought about taking this out of here through the top, but I just want to show you how much room that you have. This right here on this side would be hitting as is, and as you come over here you can see that the crank bolt's almost going to be hitting. So it's not saying that it couldn't be done, but it's going to be getting really tight. And there's probably going to be things that are going to have to be removed, and I don't even know what that, because it's really a snug fit through here. So it looks like we're going to be coming out the bottom. Okay, we're going to get back on these CV axles, and right here we're going to be using an E14 to hold this side. And we got a 16mm. Okay, so we're going to take this 3-foot crowbar and see if we can't pop this down. Sometimes you have to hit it with a mallet. These are not stuck. Not too bad anyways. Okay, just a little more. And we'll do the same thing on the other side there. Okay, now I'm going to use the same 3-foot crowbar. Come up in here and we're just going to hook. Okay, over on the passenger side, we're going to be using a long extension and a 13. First of all, we got 2 of these up here on the top, but we also got one that's down on the bottom that's going to require going underneath to get at. Okay, so there's the first one. We'll just get that other one on the top. Now you could leave your CVs or simply wait on removing these, but I'm just going to go ahead and get them out of the way at this point. Okay, so I'm just reaching under from where the tire goes, and well, actually under the car here, but you can see this bolt right down at the bottom of the CV axle here. It's just the one here that we need to get out, and that will free this up, and then we actually pull this whole thing out of here. Said you could leave this depending on how you wanted to go about it. But I'm going to go ahead and just get these out of the way. It's usually the first thing that I do. Okay, so I'm just going to pull on this from out here, and you can watch. Just pull it out nice and straight. I'm just going to kind of lift up on it out here to get this bracket to clear. Okay, so there's both of our CV axles out of the way. This is what holds the passenger side in there. It doesn't have the clip. This side actually has a clip. Replacing this stub stays with the car unless it's damaged. This is the part you separate to replace this. Okay, we're going to get to work on removing this bumper here next. Okay, so we're just starting with this piece, and I would highly recommend, like I said, keeping these in a little jar or baggie so you're not losing them. And I'm just going to get all of the little push pins. Okay, and then we just get these 10 millimeters. And just pay attention to which ones are longer. Okay, with that piece out of the way, we're going to start taking these 10 millimeters. We've got 2 up here. Do this on both sides. Okay, we're not going to take these 10s out just yet. We a couple of these little push pins popped out of here to get that loose. Okay, so on the sides here at the fender, you just got a 10mm coming through here. Get that out. This clips. Now you're also going to have screws from underneath. These have all been ripped loose with the little shroud under there, so I don't have anything to take loose. So I've also put some cardboard down here so it's not getting scuffed, you know, a blanket, something. Okay, now that we've got all this loose, we're going to go ahead and take these 3 10mm that are on this little metal bracket, and this is going to lift out of here. Okay, so right here we gotta like lift up on this plastic, get it over this little piece, and then we're going to kind of lift and pop that right out of there. We'll do that on both sides. So this is that piece that we had to pull that up and over, just like this hooks around that. As you can see, the metal piece comes up and over that, and that allows us to pull this plastic piece up by removing this. Okay, so this should be ready to come loose here. May have a bolt underneath. Okay, so there wasn't a bolt. There's a little, there's a piece of tape, but there's a little gray lock on the wire connector going to like the fins in here, and I'm having to go in and use this pick tool. Okay, so it should be loose now, but I'll have to show you the connector once I get this down here. So there's the bumper anyways. You have to crawl underneath to get that connector with the little pick tool, and it broke. So this is what the connector's going into here. You got to come underneath and disconnect that from the bottom. And it wouldn't have been so bad, but I still had this piece on. You could take the screws and take this shrouded piece out, but this was all ripped loose, so I just brought it all out together. That has to be disconnected or that'll hang up. So there's your, it just operates your fins here. And of course, if you have fog lights, you'll have to disconnect those as well. So at this point, we're just going to go ahead and take the headlight out. And it looks like we've got a clip or something right here. We'll pop that out first. Okay, so now the other 10 millimeter we should have left right here. So pull it out to get to the. Okay, so we're going to get this connector right here. Just squeeze on that other side. Right there. And we got 8 millimeter right down there we're going to take out. I'm just using a 2-foot extension here. We do have a couple more wires. Now on this side, the only difference is this little harness, you see the clips here, was clipped in right here. I had to just pop that out by hand. Now one important thing as we go along, we want to take the time to put these bolts back in what we know they come out of, so we're not, you know, getting them mixed up or anything. There's a lot of bolts and a lot of different little clips. Okay, so we've got a 24 millimeter. We're going to work on getting some fluids out of this thing. I think we're just going to start with the transmission. Right, we'll find out how dirty this is. And we'll just put back exactly what we take out, but we will also be checking it. Yeah, that's really dark. More like motor oil. A lot of filings on the end of this. It's probably not ever been changed for sure, but we'll drain out what we can and put clean back, and I'll probably do it again down the road. Okay, so that's dripped enough. Alright, so after pouring it up, I actually got probably a little over 5 quarts out of there. So we'll just try to put back the same. It'll be a lot cleaner than it was. We're going to get the oil drained now. So this is really going to be a mess because I know it's got coolant in it. At least when I looked at the dipstick. So this is probably going to look bad. After this, we'll get the coolant drain. If the coolant looks okay, we may reuse that. So yeah, that's what that looks like. So we'll just get all that nasty stuff drained out. Surprisingly, I only poured up a jug full of that milky oil. I figured it'd be way more than that in there. Okay, we're going to get to work on removing this aluminum brace here on top. We've got a few things in the way over here to the left side, or the passenger side. Okay, so this piece kind of bends around here in my way. I'm going to remove it by taking these 13 millimeters that are bolting this bracket here. You'll have to pop this wire loose. And on the other side, you got this wire you need to unclip as well. Got this zip tied clip coming from the coolant overflow. Okay, so this is freed up. Okay, then we're going to come around here. Right here we've got a 10 millimeter. Okay, this is a 15 millimeter. Got a 10 millimeter on the stud. We're going to leave that for now. I'm just going to get these two lower ones. Got a 10 millimeter. Okay, we'll do the same thing on this side, just leaving this one slightly unfastened. It does not have the 10 millimeter down here on this side, however. Okay, we're going to remove these on both sides. It looks like it's going to sit there with them removed, no problem. Okay, so there's a tight fit on the studs a little bit. There's a view of that. It hangs up a little bit on the 10 millimeter studs, but just kind of wiggling it comes right off of there. Okay, so the next thing I want to work on is getting this plastic shroud out of the way. And if you notice, we've got a lot of wires running around this. It really doesn't seem like a lot, but there's a lot of wires, and unless you take a lot of pictures, you need to label as to where things fasten, so it's going to go back together without getting something mixed up. So we're going to start here, so we're labeling everything, and I think we're going to start getting these wires loose. Now the horns got a 10 millimeter. And then when we bring that down, it's got a couple of these connectors. And so we want to, I don't know if it matters, but you want to kind of, those just pull right off. You want to number it so you put them back where they go, mark which side it came off of. So you want to get those out of the way. And like I said, even where they snap into, we've labeled as to where they route. So when we loop all this back, and it's going to run all the way underneath. So we got these snaps, and it snaps underneath here. You're going to have to take your tool. It's running all underneath, back over to the other side. So you're definitely going to have a little prep work. It's going to be a little bit time consuming, but it's going to make things go a lot easier when you're putting it back together. Alright, so I got the top of this shroud freed up. So I'm just feeding these through. Okay, so you can see we got this all freed up underneath. Now this shroud is still connected. It's like in a couple pieces, but there's some more little snaps under there. Okay, you gotta pull that back with your fingernail. Okay, and I'm unsnapping this. The only thing I've got left to disconnect is this from the pump. Don't know how full it is, so I may lose a little bit of windshield washer fluid. And the only thing we got left holding this is a couple of 10 millimeters. Okay, so basically we can just take and fold all this over here out of the way. Okay, so we should be able to get this piece here out of the way. There's just this push pin here and here, and then also we've got these right down here, one missing there. Now this the cooler lines go through here. I'm probably going to split this so I can just pull this off. So before I start draining the coolant, I want to pull this back. You can see like that drain is right over the top of that, and I kind of want to get it where I can put a hose on it so I'm not making a mess, but we'll see. So idea is I'm going to try to pull this out. The next thing we're going to get on is removing these. Got another one here. These are the 15s. Okay, I got a bucket here because once I get this side loose, it's not going to be supported. I just need something to set it on while I figure out how to get these bolts. Now I know that this is going from the condenser 8mm into the, looks like the radiator there, so we may go ahead and take this one and this one out. Okay, so before I get that bracket loose, we're going to freeze these and see what this condenser is going to do. Okay, another thing before you can get this moving, there's a, it's like a cap here with two T25s. And get this wire out of the way, but there's a T25 there, and on the bottom, and come over to this side, we've got one right there as well. Okay, now I'm getting a lower one here. Okay, so I got the bottom one. Yeah, let's see if this is going to move. It may be clipped slightly. Okay, so I had to take my little pry tool and pull it out of there. Clips in there with those. So I'm going to do the same thing on the other side, and I should be able to pull this front out, I would think, with these loose. Okay, so I got the top of the radiator loose, however it's still down in the rubber grommet, so I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of this loose here. Okay, so I got those other bolts loose, and I've just got everything setting on the bucket here, but we still got a lot of things connected. So I think the next thing we may get on this hood latch, we got hoses, and we got a few wire connections here behind, and of course the oil cooler lines are connected. I'm going to disconnect them at the transmission, and we're going to probably unsnap this and just pull this whole oil cooler off of here. So that'll probably be the next thing that I do. I think I'll go ahead and get this hood latch off. Okay, so rather than unbolt this and disturb it, we're just going to push this plastic piece out here and disconnect this. There's a couple of clips. You can see, you just push those in, and it will, let's get a screwdriver. Okay, so you got to kind of push those back at the same time, and then that will push through. And then we can feed this cable down and over that. Just slip it right off of there. So we put it back, we'll just pull it back over and snap it back in. Okay, so that takes care of that. Oh, and another important thing, we have to support this because of our hood prop, so make sure you do that. Forgot to mention that. And right now I'm taking these loose on both sides. There's a safety lock you got to push back, push that down. So got another one right here. Once you get the safety lock, it should okay, so I'm working on this trans cooler. I just have to push these in here and here at the back, and that will slip. So we're just pushing that down and then pushing that up. Okay, so, and then you can slip them right off. So we have this loose. So just to show you those again, those squeeze at the back. Okay, with that loose, I'm going to get on the cooler lines. The first thing I'm going to get this 10 millimeter that's below the shift lever there. Okay, so we'll get that. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to take these loose with my 7/8. Just going to get them one at a time, get a pan under here. Okay, so I've got the top one loose. And I'm just going to let it drain. It'll be easier to get to the other one once I get this one here out of the way. It's kind of limited clearance in here, so I can't really get a socket in here. Just a little banjo bolt. Okay, let's see if I can get it without dropping it here. Okay, so there'll be a washer underneath this as well, but there's that one. So these things are actually quite snug, so you want to make sure you're cautious if using a wrench. Don't round the head off. But there's like no room to get in here and do anything with a socket. So I'm going to go ahead, get this one loose, and then the little washer, I'll fish them out of my pan. Now you can also get to these from the side here a little bit, but it's way easier to take it loose here. Alright, so I don't have any. Okay, it's dripping maybe a little bit, not much. I'm just going to put this down low in my pan here and see if it's going to drain any out. So it's not doing it when I go to moving it. Alright, so I'm going to attempt to pull them out through here. I've got this, these lines are on this clip. I'm going to pop this clip loose. I'm going to carefully try to bring it out here with the pan, but so far it's not dripping. It wouldn't be a bad idea to tape the ends of those up so they're not getting damaged. Okay, so this bracket has a T30 and it's preventing me from pulling this through here with everything in the way, so I'm just going to take it off. And I can just put it back when I'm done here. Okay, so there, that's out of the way. Should be able to easily bring this through here. Rotated the right way. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, it's right through there. Okay, so I'll just leave that because those are going to drain for a while. There's not a lot in there, but it will continue to drip. Okay, so the transmission cooler's out of the way. Now what I just discovered after getting that out of the way, there's actually a couple more of these 8 millimeters, and you have to go in here, I guess, with a really thin socket. You can see it right through here, but even this won't fit in there, so I'm going to have to go up there with a little ratchet wrench and get that, or I'd have to make this hole bigger, which wouldn't be a bad idea. So I'm just reaching in here with this little wrench, ratchet wrench. It's actually not too bad. And I've got one on the other side in the exact same place, and that will free it up. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any slack even with all this loose with the radiator. So I've got one on the other side. So here we go. That's the last one. We should have the condenser will be loose and independent of the radiator. So I should be able to get slack to move the radiator around, and then I want to drain it with the hose. Hopefully not make a mess. Okay, so I just realized the only thing holding this whole front piece here is these two 10mm on this pipe, and this will be freed up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it and set the radiator back on the bucket there. Okay, so I'm just kind of lifting the radiator and condenser up and kind of slipping this out. Okay, those two wire clips that I had forgotten about were the only thing holding. Okay, so here we are. We got this completely out of the way. So I'm just going to drain the coolant, call it a night. Now this right here where this slips in, this is part of the condenser that slips into the radiator here. You see how this slides in and it kind of holds it, so without taking this loose you can't, people are having to have their Freon evacuated. So I'm probably going to notch this here. It's absolutely unnecessary, or just notch it up here. That way I can just slip this thing out the side. So I'm going to check it and see if I've even got Freon in here, but I don't see any need in this, because this is without that I don't see any reason why you couldn't slip this thing right out the side here. And just give you a side view so you see what I'm talking about here. You cannot move this thing this way or this way. It can only come out because of the way that this is made. Okay, this is where we left off yesterday. I got the coolant drained out. There wasn't but like maybe 2 cups of coolant left in this thing. So I'm just getting ready to take the hoses off, and we're going to just pull the radiator out of here. Now the other thing I had to do, I was showing you the plastic part to set into. I took a little saw, and you can see where I just sawed the top of that plastic off so I could pop this out of here. I don't know if it's got Freon. I haven't even checked it, but it may have, so I'm just popping it out here. Now if you got a new radiator, you'd have to do the same thing if you wanted to just be able to slide this out. Otherwise you have to disconnect this, and so that's how I did that, so it just slides right out. So these have been replaced, so I don't have the clamp type, which are real annoying. And notice these still have them. I'm just going to pop them off, break them, whatever. I'm not going to be reusing them. Even if I was putting these back, I wouldn't reuse these, but we're not going to be using those. We'll start with the one by the engine. Look, we still got some coolant in there. Okay, so I just got my pan back down here because still a little bit of residual coolant left in these hoses. These can really glue themselves on with the heat, and this is even a new hose. Alright, so there we got it broke loose. Got to be careful, don't scratch the aluminum. Still got a little coolant coming out of there. So the key is to push on the hose and try not to touch the aluminum part of the pipe, just to get it broke loose. Okay, so there we got that one. Probably have more coolant. Seems like you never have your pan where you need it. Okay, so we're going to get on this clipped one on the passenger side. We just need to push this clip up till it locks on both sides right here. Okay, now this is really going to be stuck. You may want to get a glove so you're not cutting your hand, but it's really going to stick. It's just got the O-ring, but it's meant to be a tight fit. Okay, I'm going to work with it a minute. Okay, I'm going to carefully come from above with a pry tool because I'm not making any progress. I'm going to have to be careful that I don't damage anything. See if we can't get it to moving. Oh, it's moving a little. Seems to be stuck on this side for whatever reason. It is moving. Oh, I had a whole lot of coolant in there. Got my pan ready though. You can see how draining the coolant at the spot on the radiator doesn't do a whole lot as far as getting all of this out. I'm wondering if it may be a little bit clogged. So I think before I condemn the radiator, I'm going to run water through it and see what's going on. I'm not quite sure why. It may be my little petcock valve was clogged slightly. Yeah, I'm not really quite sure why I had that much coolant. I mean, it wasn't a lot, like maybe a quart. But I'm going to attempt. I don't really know much about these clamps, except they're a nuisance. Alright, so I pried up there and got that loose. And I guess it's still this part. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. So we'll just put a screw style back on there. And I've got one more. So I just got the big hose up here. I'm going to come up here and do it the same way. Still got a little more coolant in this hose too. Alright, that. So finally got that one loose. This one will take a minute. It's the original. I'm sure that it's got itself glued really good. So I'm going to try to come up this way with a pry tool and get on it. Now, you know, yes, I'm going to be replacing the engine, but you don't want to damage these regardless. You don't know what the engine's going to come with. May have to be using these, and just as a rule of thumb, you want to take them off in this manner and just assume that you're going to have to reuse it. Okay, this thing is really buried in here, which kind of makes it difficult. This is my seal puller. I'm going to see if I can just go around it with this, because this has got a nice hook on it and it's easier to get in here. I'm just kind of pulling on the hose and staying away from the metal. But this seems to be working pretty good, actually. Got the top broke loose. Alright. Now we got to get this one. That worked so good, I may try this again. Wow, this one's really bad. I may have to get some WD-40 under this one. I gotta say that these are some of the worst. Alright, it's all pretty much freed up. Okay, so we lifted this up and drained that excess coolant out. Now, what I'm going to do at this point, instead of disconnecting these and disturbing them, I'm going to take this loose here. I was going to free that up. We got this pop to that. Runs over here. Probably wind up removing that, but we're going to disconnect it up here for now. And we're going to come up here and get these two bolts holding the tank. Now we'll slip this down below. Kind of got everything just sitting here. We're going to slip this down this way. Okay. So there's a look at that all in one piece. I'll just help keep everything together and avoid mixing anything up. Okay, so the only thing left on the radiator, we got a couple of clips right here, and then the connector going to the fan motor. Okay, and see how I slipped it out from that condenser by cutting that nub right there. Okay, the next thing I'm going to work on is just covering the condenser with cardboard so the fins aren't getting damaged. Okay, so I went ahead and took the belt off. You got to come from underneath and push that tensioner that way and slide it right off of the tensioner there using a 16 millimeter. And the next thing I'm going to do is get this AC compressor loose. We just got these connectors, snaps in here. Got one up here. Free that up. They do have the little clips. Pry those out. And we're going to get on these 13 millimeters. So we'll just set this on the bucket when we get this loose. I went over the belt, but I wasn't recording when I done it, so I lost that. But anyways, it's really simple to slip off there. So we got that out of the way. We're going to go ahead and move over here to the exhaust manifold. Go ahead and get it out of the way. Okay, we'll get our O2 sensors disconnected. And we're just labeling which ones are which so don't get them mixed up going back. We're going to disconnect it down here. We got some 13 millimeters. We got two that's on a bracket and then two nuts that are holding the exhaust. The exhaust is supported by a brace underneath as well. So this is not going to fall down when we take it loose. So these are going to be very tight. Don't be surprised if the exhaust bolt doesn't snap. But spray it down with some spray lubricant. Hope for the best. There's that one. Got to get the bolt that's going for the bracket here. And then we'll get on the other side. There's that bolt. So far, so good. Okay, I can't really get to that bolt on the bracket, so I guess I'm going to have to move on to removing this section back here. So we're just moving back. We'll get this 13 on this, and then we'll go back there and work on taking that back there loose. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to raise the car up a little bit. I might as well go ahead and get this out of the way while I'm at it. And there's a couple more things we may do while we're under here since we're going to be messing with this. Alright, so there's that. Okay, we've got it lifted up a little more and we've got some more support. I'm going right back here behind there to get that loose. Alright, so here we are back here. These are going to be 13s as well. Well, that side wasn't too bad at all. So these are coming out pretty easy. Okay, we got the back loose. We're going to push the front down We should be able to pull. Okay, so we can easily pull this right out of here. Okay, so we got that out of the way. We can easily get to this other 13 on this brace here. Looks like we may be missing a bolt, so this would probably all be unnecessary. We'll just leave that there. It's supposed to be a bolt going through this, kind of the whole point in it, but it's not on there. And another thing I've done is crack these loose since I've got this taken it apart, because if I do have to wind up replacing one of these, I'm going to put anti-seize and tighten them back, so they're going to be a lot easier to remove. Okay, we'll go ahead and work on this heat shield, 10 millimeters. We have to get to that one with the... Okay, so we got the top ones. Okay, we may have to take the O2 sensor completely out to slip it up over this area. All right, so we're going to get to work on all these 13s. Okay, so the studded ones are a 14. Got another one on the other end. Okay, we're going to get in this box next. Just push in that tab. We're going to see what wires we need to disconnect and label. And this box is going to be in my way, so I'm going to have to take whatever's in it out, and we're going to move this box. Okay, so we just lift on those. I'm going to pop this connector up. Let's push down there. And we'll label these. Okay, so I'm just continuing to work on this box so I get everything disconnected. gonna get this 10 millimeter. Now this will pull up, it's clipped in here. You see, it's clipping under right here. Okay, so I got that off there, but it's still not free. I have a couple more wires that are actually running down here to the battery positive post. See these wires right here are running down here and connected. So probably could have left this one on there because I'm gonna have to disconnect over here. You can see, trace these down. We've got this one, and then this one under here. So I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect these. I need this one right here. Freeze up that, and I've got an 8 millimeter here. Okay, so I'll have to get another one of these. This actually broke just taking it loose. Okay, it actually didn't break it. It just kind of twisted it there. Okay, so we're gonna get this one. We're going to disconnect this one because it's going over to the body there as well. Okay, so we got everything labeled and loose. And we're getting ready to feed this back through the box. We got another clip here. So let's see what we got now. All right, so we got this all loose. Now we just got to get the box loose. This 10 millimeter right here. This one back here, we can just loosen up and slide the box out. So you can see how it was blocking me from seeing or getting any of the stuff here on my mount. Okay, let's move on to these connectors. This one we're just going to push down. Okay, I may have to get a pick tool. So I'm just kind of going right under here with this pick tool. It's still stuck on there, but I got it unlatched. All right, on this connector, I'm going to have to push down right here as I'm lifting up on that latch. Okay, so with those off there, we essentially freed up that part. Now we don't have those connected to our transmission. We got a clamp right here for this heater hose. I'm going to get my pan under there. I'm going to try to disconnect this right here, just squeeze in. Okay, and when you squeeze in, you should just be able to pull that one right off. So we got one of them freed up. Okay, we're going to work on this shifter, moving it. Okay, now I'm assuming this had a bushing issue, and instead of replacing that, they done something. Put a washer and somehow drove a nut down on there. So I'm not going to be able to remove that when I have to replace this to be able to put the bushing and do it right. I mean, it's working, I guess, but I won't be able to remove it so without tearing it up where I can't use it again. So we're going to just remove it here with a 14. Get a magnet and get that. But that just slips. This has a flat spot, so we'll just put it back on there like that. Okay, now we're on this part of the shifter that slides down this. I don't really know the trick to it, but I know I took a pick tool and kind of pulled these little springs on each side, and then it will just push straight up and off there. You can see those, that spring. So it was locking, these are locking underneath this, into this lip right here. So you have to kind of push them in, I guess you'd say, but I was doing it with a pick tool. All right, so we got that freed up. Okay, we got this other heater hose that's going back in here behind this other one. It's kind of harder to see, but I'm going to take a pick tool and we're going to push up on that clip and try not to lose it. All right, so I managed to get that clip off there, and now I should be able just to wiggle that loose. Yeah, and I just immediately put that clip back on there. So we got the heater hoses freed up. Okay, I'm gonna get this vacuum. Just pull up on that clip. Okay, we got some fuel lines in the return line, and they've got some clips. So if you can see, got to pull up on the clip. And let me push that up a little more. Okay, so we got that one pushed up there. Okay, so let's see if it's going to pull off here. And we got a little fuel leakage there. There is that one. So you just push up on that. We're going to push that back down so we don't want to lose it. And then the other one's got a similar clip that I may have to get my pick tool for this one here. Right, so on this one, I'm kind of was having to use two of these to get it to unlock. It's just, it has to be pushed back, but it's kind of difficult to see what you're doing and get to it in here. So I'm kind of using both, kind of going in through this and pushing it back. Okay, so finally got it pulled back there. I should be able to just, yeah, let's take it. Okay, there we go. So I'll push that back down. So we got those freed up. We don't have a lot left, I don't think, to free up. Okay, the next thing we're going to get on removing is these two pieces to the subframe. Okay, so we got two E18s just running through this front part up to the top here. And see how much trouble they're going to be. This one's kind of gotten mangled up a little bit. And I'm going to get a hand on it just in case. Alright, so this should... Okay, so I'm going to have to loosen these up just slightly because it's a tight fit. Okay, so we're just going to remove the one on the other side the same way. Okay, I'm back into the car. We're going to work on getting this center mount loose and getting real close to pulling this out of here. Start with this 15 right here. Now I'm going to remove this whole thing, so I'm just going to take these E18s up here. Okay, and the engine will rock a little bit. Alright, so there's that mount out of the way. Yeah, looks like I'll just leave these off. They may be getting bent. I'll put this in back though. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how I want to route my straps and stuff, and I'm just kind of running this chain over here to one of these manifold bolts, and I got it bolted in through the front, one of those bolts that come through here, and I'm strapping it around here for stability, and then I've got it strapped around here. I'm going to tie it off, and I'm just kind of getting something together so we can just gently set it down. And I think I'm going to get this completely out of the way. Okay, this long tube, coolant tube running across, has one of those clips going to that, and I just disconnected that. Okay, so we're getting ready to get this out of here, and pretty much the only thing that we should have is these 3 bolts here, and then these 3 here. And I've got my straps kind of looped around there and there, and then I've run this up here to a bolt and this here, so it should be pretty stable. And one thing you got to watch out for when you're lifting straps or whatever is that you don't hit any sensors and brake stuff, so make sure that things are out of the way. I removed this one right here because I felt like it was gonna hit that. You don't want to break anything, so just kind of get a look at it, make sure nothing's going to be damaged or bent. So getting ready. I think I've got everything. I really didn't look that closely behind, but I'm going to start moving it back. We got the fuel lines, we got the vacuum hose. We might possibly have something else. I've got the heater hoses, the shifter cable, and we got all these wires over here, so we should be clear, but you know, we'll see. We'll start moving it slowly and see what's going to happen. Alright, I took the AC compressor and I strapped it up with a bungee cord because the bucket was going to kind of get in my way there. So I'm just getting ready to get the lift in place here. Got it on just the 1 ton mark, I think, there, and I said we're going to have to bring it forward a little bit to clear the subframe in the back, but I'm thinking we're just going to bring it forward, slightly turn it, and be able to get it out here no problem. All right, let's start lifting this up a little bit here. You can see the hood is well out of the way, so we're not going to have any issues with the hood where I've got it. So I'm just going to get a little bit of tension on it here and see how everything's looking. I'm going to check and make sure I don't have any connectors or wires or anything that's going to get damaged. Now this little spout right here is kind of questionable, but I think that my strap is going to clear that. But I'll keep an eye on it regardless. But these are the type of things you have to look out for. Okay, so you can see I'm lifting it up here. You can see it moving a little bit on that mount. And that's kind of what I want. I want to get some tension on it before I go to taking it loose over here. Okay, so there's no need to remove this whole mount. We're just going to remove these three right here. Not a bad idea to put a mark around those so you put them back in the same area. Okay, so this one right here, free up. You see the lift is supporting it. All right, we're going to go to the other side. Okay, now these are 18s. Now, I've definitely got more lift on the other side. This is off balance, so it's going to fall down a little bit. I just don't want it to just fall all at once and hit the subframe. So I'm going to try to ease it down a little bit. Okay, I have to get a different battery. Okay, it is dropping down quite a bit here. I may have to readjust one of my straps. Well, at this point, I'm gonna have to go with it. I can't get it centered the way that I want it, so I'm gonna have to try to make the best of it. It's really tilting there. Okay, one thing I've just noticed right here is this ground. Thank goodness, before I lowered it much. So make sure to take that loose. Okay, so just way off center, like way more than I thought I was going to be with this. And sometimes it's kind of tricky when you don't know exactly where to get. So I had to lift it here with the jack, and so the way we're going to do it, we're going to go ahead and take this out because I got it supported with the jack, and then we're going to start easing it down a little bit with the jack, using the jack and the lift just to make things a little better. My main problem is in the positioning of the hook there where I've got it. Alright, so we've got that completely loose. Okay, so I'm going to just lower this jack a little bit, not a lot. Just kind of even it out a little bit here. Yeah, I think we're going to start working this back. Okay, so I'm looking back in here. I'm not seeing anything else, but we're still going to move it slowly. Just like this ground here, I about missed that. And here's a view from the passenger side. So we're still going to just cautious. I don't see anything, but we're going to move it cautiously. So if we did miss something, we've got time to remove it. Okay, so we're moving it back. It slipped off of my jack there, but you can see how much of a slant it's got. But it's not ideal, but we're clear of everything so far. Okay, and I'm just taking a look back here. We got the cable, shift cable pulled back, and everything is looking okay. We gotta move slowly, and we're going to probably start lowering it down a little bit here. if I can. I want to get it up a little bit farther, but it's definitely got a slant that I don't like. Okay, let's see if we can lower it just a little. Okay, I gotta watch my fuel line. Okay, so I'm gonna lower it a little more. Everything looks okay. So you see how initially you have to bring it forward because you got the subframe here to clear, so I had to come forward that much. So we're going to pull it back, just kind of watch things. You see how it's twisting, that's fine because that's actually going to help me clear this AC hose here. So we're just going to keep coming out with it here. Sometimes it's a good idea to have a strap so it's not twisting all around on you. So we pretty much got it free of the car. So that actually came out of there real easy as far as maneuvering it out, even with it slanted, which wasn't ideal because I prefer to have it leveled out. Okay, so I'm going to get it over here. I've got some 4x4 blocks. Or I may set it on my dolly, my mover's dolly, I'm not sure. But I've got to get it to where I can, so it's locked up. So I'm going to have to pull the torque converter out and go from there. But here it is out, and it's quite a big engine and transmission together. Bigger than I thought it would be. Now here's a view of what's left in here. And I do have Freon in the system. I did check and it was charged. Now one of the things about doing this and these crimped fittings, when you go to moving them around and stuff, sometimes later on they might wind up leaking. You know, it has happened. They don't like to be disturbed. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do before I set this down is get all these bolts 13 millimeters down here at the bottom of the engine. All right. Going into the transmission here, and even the little plate for the torque converter access. So what I like to do is label each and every one of these as to where they come from. I'll just number it, tape it, put a number on the engine, transmission, whatever. There's the first one. Next up, we're going to get this 10 millimeter. So there's that. Okay, we're going to get these two on this side. So once we set it down, we won't be able to get to nothing. Okay, so now we should be able to set this down. So I'm going to figure out how to get some blocks under here and get it setting on these, because I need the engine to be setting up higher than the transmission so I can wiggle it off. Alright, so now we're going to hook up back here with just a strap, and we'll start working all of these bolts out around here and labeling them. And don't be surprised the coolant keeps leaking. That's why you want to put down some cardboard and stuff, because it's going to keep, every time you move it around it leaks. Okay, so we got the lower transmission bolts we're going to work our way around here. This may be a different size. Give me a second. Okay, so it looks like we switched to a 14 now. And I've got it on blocks here, but I wouldn't expect that even if you took all these bolts out, it's not just going to come apart. Like I said, my engine is locked up, so it's going to be a little bit more involved as far as getting that torque converter unbolted from the flex plate. Now, another reason to have it on these 4x4s is when I pull this torque converter out, which I'm going to have to, I'm going to need to get a pan under there, because there's going to be like a quart or so of transmission fluid that's going to dump everywhere if I don't have a pan handy. So we're going to get a pan under it. And this is a really long bolt here. Okay, so there's that one. Okay, so the bolt size changes yet again, and now we're using a 15. And it looks like that one over there is going to go back down to a 13 or something. They like to keep you guessing. Okay, so once I get this one out, I'm going to have to get a hand on this starter so it don't fall. And this starter looks definitely fun to get to. So, looks like the wires are holding it, so we'll just leave it there. Right, so on this one, we're going back down to a 13. Alright, so we're on this other side. We'll get these 13s. Looks like all the rest of these are going to be 13s. Okay, the last one here is on this bracket for the O2 sensors, and we've just got a 13. So once we take this loose, we will be able to free those wires up there that are running down here. Otherwise, we'd have to take them loose from the bracket, but we'll just take the whole bracket off because we're taking the bolt out anyway. Okay, so we don't have any bolts left holding it. It's just basically the torque converter, and it's just sitting there, just the pressure of it setting on the block. So I'm just going to rig a strap here somewhere just to lift it, and we're going to get a pan right directly under here, because when we pull it out, the torque converter is going to be stuck on the flex plate. It's going to dump the fluid out, so we want to get it right under here. Okay, so we got our pan slid under. So we just got this attached through here. It should be good enough. And we're going to start trying to work this apart. So at first I'm going to try to wiggle it and see if it's going to just pull out. Okay, here we go. And we actually don't have any fluid coming out, surprisingly. Now, every time I don't have a pan, I get fluid everywhere. Okay, so we'll just get this out of the way carefully. It's really amazing that nothing's coming out of there, but you can see it's not. I guess if you got it level, it's alright. So there it is. And here said this seal you'll want to replace if you're doing your engine, even if it's not leaking. And you can see I don't see anything down in here, but anytime you disturb them, it's never failed. When I didn't replace that seal, got leaks, so absolutely replace that while you're at it. Oh, something I've been meaning to mention, you want to plug off those holes for your transcooler lines. I get a lot of these. I have these extra. If you don't have any of those, it's not a bad idea to get a kit, or just clean it up and put some tape or something on it, but you don't want to keep stuff out of there. So just set that over there for now. This is not the engine that's going in there. That's a Kia Soul engine, but I can move this. It's on a dolly, so I'm probably going to, when I get the other engine replaced, I'm going to probably set it like I've got this one, transfer the stuff over, and then I'll just bring transmission and put it back on, kind of the same way that I took it off. So when you don't have a lot of room, you got to kind of stay organized. So this is being held on by double bolted 14 millimeters at 3 different points. The problem with, you can't really get in here to do anything, and you got to be careful because you don't want to strip it. So I'm going to, I'm tightening there, but I'm going to attempt to get the ones that I can get first. Okay, I actually got that bottom one to break loose. I don't think I'm going to be able to get them out of here regardless, because they're probably going to be longer than the space that I have here. I'm going to see if I can even crack them loose. They're actually coming loose. Usually they're much tighter. So I got those. I might be able to, if I can get them all loose, I can, ease this out and loosen them off as I go. I've done this before, but the problem, these ones on top up here are the more difficult ones. But, a lot of engines lock up, and I run into this more often than not. So we got a couple down there at the bottom. Now I will say this engine is not real stable. It's kind of top heavy, so if you set it up this way, be cautious of that. I may take something else here and prop under just to keep it from tilting, because it will rock a little bit, but I think it's okay as long as I don't get too rough with it. Okay, so they are coming loose, and they're not. A lot of times I have to worry about them being so tight that they round off, but they're coming loose. The only other ones left are the ones up top. Okay, and you know, yours ain't going to be in the same spot if it's locked up as mine. But so far, this is working out. I've got one more I'm not sure how I'm going to get to. That's right up in the very top there. You can see I'm probably going to get on this other side. Okay, I actually just got it up here on the top and pushed down, and said I'm able to get all these loose. All I have to do is just get them all loosened kind of at the same time. So far so good. Sometimes things don't work out that well. So it's not real fun getting these. I can spin these by hand, they're so loose now. But this is a lot better than taking the whole engine apart, which on some you have to do. So that one's almost loose. Okay, so those are loose up top. Okay, just getting the last one here. We're going to set this down in here. It's actually not a drop of transmission fluid in this thing. That's weird. I guess I didn't have it flipped over the right way. Let's see if there's any in here now. Well, still nothing coming out. There's like just very the slight bit as I rotate it around. Just a slight bit coming out of there, but it ain't much. Okay, so we'll have to go ahead and take this off in order to get our little flex plate bolts out of there. We're going to be using a 12-sided, so we've got a 17 millimeter here to get these loose. Now these are really tight. Just out of curiosity, I wanted to see what the final torque was, and when I checked it, it took like 130 foot-pounds before they started moving. So somewhere between 120 and 130, which is to me unbelievably tight. You don't usually see these tighten that much. I'll say I usually go about 80. Alright, so and who knows, we may be having to use this on sometimes when they send the engine that doesn't include this. Take a lot of stuff off of them. Okay, I got something right. Okay, so there we have our 6 little bolts for a torque converter, flex plate, and so that worked out pretty well. Okay, so we got the garage crammed full of engines and transmissions here. This is the old engine. I just went and picked up the replacement here yesterday. You notice that this one actually has the clutch and flywheel. So we're going to swap our flex plate over to this. It actually, I was pleasantly surprised that it came with the harness. Usually they just cut all of these, but this place actually took the time to take it loose. So I'll just use it. I won't swap the other one over, and I'll keep the other one in case it's a problem. You know, this is in a wreck, so the oil cooler got smashed up. I'll have to clean that one and swap it. I'm going to be getting a new one, but I don't have it, and I guess they don't have it at the parts store. Dealer wants a little bit too much for one, so I'm just going to order it. Let's see, what else was I going to show you? But yeah, so, I don't have a lot to swap. These hoses I'm going to get off of here. That saves me a lot of trouble with the wire harness. It's plumb around here, but here is this is where your CV axle goes, and you can see that it took a pretty good hit. You'll notice the grease here. So when it wrecked, the grease splattered out of the CV and then it cracked this. But this bracket here is the only thing that's damaged, it appears to be. So we're going to replace it. I've kind of just got it setting where I can hook the transmission back up just like I removed it. So here is what that bracket's supposed to look like. And I think this is cracked, but if the intake is damaged, I can replace that too. But it looks like it's okay. So, but yeah, said it came with a harness. The starter's still on there. It's probably fine. If not, I've got this one. So, but I'm gonna try it out anyways. But so yeah, there's not a lot of things to swap over. So other than the flex plate, we're going to get a new torque converter seal in there. Got to get one of those. The oil pan, we're going to have to swap the oil pan. It got damaged a little bit. And the dipstick tube had got damaged. So I'll have to swap this one. There's always going to be some stuff like that. You got an engine that came out of a wrecked car, so it's just to be expected. So we're just going to get started. See if I can show you the oil pan here, if I can find where it was damaged. Yeah, right there. Took a big hit. I'm sure that it's leaking. So we'll have to replace that. Probably do that with it in the car. It has to be RTV'd and everything. I think we're going to get started just getting the flex plate and swapping this over first. So I may have in fact spoke too soon on the wire harness. There's this one right here, this O2 sensor that did get forgot about. So I'm gonna have to make up my mind if I want to solder a pigtail or swap it. Okay, so with the manual, we got the T55 Torx bolting the flywheel instead of the 17 millimeter. So we're going to have to use one of these. And we're not going to be able to turn it without holding it. So you're going to need a 22 millimeter on the crank. Alright, so we're just going to take our 22, this breaker bar. Just lock it in right there. So, this is kind of precariously sitting on blocks, so I'm going to have to be careful. I probably want to get on this side where I can actually brace it. We'll see how difficult these are going to be. And they are tight. I don't want to break them loose with the impact. I'm just worried of damaging the bolt at first. I'm going to get them all loose. These aren't as bad tight as the 17 millimeters were on the other one. So when I was looking on the Mopar for the engines, I think these were like at 55 pounds of torque, which is what I'm usually used to doing. Even the big Hemis were only calling for 70. Alright, so we got them all broke loose. We'll switch over to the impact. That is heavy. So I'd mentioned this only has 58,000 miles on it, I believe, and I was just inspecting this. I think we're just going to go with the seal it's on here. Okay, and we just, this little hole right there, we're going to line that up with, well, maybe it's the other one. Okay, let me rotate it. Okay, so I guess I was wrong. Is this one down here that it lines up with? And we got this little piece. Wipe that off a little bit. We'll just get one to hold it. Just going to Loctite these all in good. And you know, it's pretty much self-explanatory which way this points out. You know, if you flipped it around the other way, you wouldn't have the bevel coming out this way. And you also see the old marks. So if you go to putting these in and they don't line up, you'll know that you got it rotated wrong, but you can pretty much see it. Now, I lucked out today that I got the engine and everything out, and everything I'm doing is inside today because we've got storms. We've had storms for starting since early this morning. I think it's going to storm all day, so this is good news. So I've got my 17 12 sided. We're just going to kind of go around and snug all these down. Okay, so I've got all of them just snug down. Got my torque wrench. We're going to start out, set it to 25 foot-pounds, and you'll want to rotate your breaker bar to the other side so it will hold the crank. So we're just going to kind of, you know, do like a star sort of pattern. You know, you want to kind of crisscross and tighten them all evenly. And then we'll move the torque up to 55. Okay, so we're just the same thing. We've moved it up to 55, and we're just going to go around and do it again. This is going to be our final torque. This is what they call for. However, they were originally torqued really tight. You know, they probably do it with a machine when the engine's built. Alright, so I just went around and double checked them, so easy enough. Okay, our intake got damaged as well, so we're going to have to take this off and swap it out. And this is typical, you know, with used engines. You know, when they've gotten wrecked, or sometimes they're just careless removing them. See right here, nice break. Now this is going to be quite an ordeal to remove this whole thing, but it's got to happen. So I'm going to start recording once I get this one and we do the other one, because I don't know every little detail, and I'll know it once I take this one off. Now this brings me back to this. You see this, I mean, you could get to this. You got a 10mm right there, and then this bracket comes off, but it's kind of, we got to remove the bracket. We may do that and just inspect behind this and make sure everything's okay, but I have to take off these 10mm and this one, get this bracket out of the way that the intake's setting on here. Got a 16mm. All right, we'll get this one maybe. Need an extension. Okay, so everything behind here appears to be good. So it's mainly just the CV axle that smashed against the brace, because everything here looks good to me. Okay, so I'm just going to go around here showing you what you need to remove to kind of get this intake off. Started with this throttle connector here. Disconnect that. You look up in here, you're going to see a couple of 8mm. Alright, we'll just go in here with an extension. This is a bracket going up to the... Now you could remove these here if you wanted to, but these are nice and handy. This just slips up off of there. This will free up this bracket, and we'll reach in there and fetch those. Okay, you got these clips. You want to pay attention to where these go. And they just connect it around through here, down here. This goes to the starter. We got to get that unclipped. Pull this hose off here. We'll just set that aside out of the way. Kind of lift up and disconnect these clamps here. This one has tabs here and here. You got to squeeze both of them at the same time. This one has a lock you pull up. Now some of these have double locks and some of them don't. So sometimes you have a lock on the bottom, you got to pull it off and then pull the other one up. Okay, now here's the double lock. You got this, you'll have one that'll move off there, and then you got to pull this one here up as well. So that's the way that maybe they make it on the newer ones. But anyways, you get the idea. You got to pull this one up as well. After those are disconnected, we can slide that out of the way. Okay, so this has this lock. You got to push that back, pop that off of there. Got to pull all these locks up on our fuel injectors. Okay, once you pull those up, just give it a squeeze. So got all those. Okay, so this is not connected. We don't need to worry with that. But we do need to slip this up. Oh, actually, no, that can stay there as well. We'll go ahead and squeeze down, disconnect that while we're here at it. Okay, so we got some T25s. It may be an 8mm, depending on the gear. But you got 4 screws here for this cover. Right, you see how that's insulated. Okay, and remember the brace on the bottom. We just need to take this one 10mm here loose. Okay, we're going to unclip this wire. And we're going to also pull that connector. Not a lot of slack. Okay, so we got that disconnected. All right, we're going to start getting these 10mm here. Okay, then we got to go down in here. You see we've got 10 down in this area. Okay, we got one more bolt right here. And then the last nut down here on the end. Okay, we got a 13 on this brace. This should start freeing it up. Here's a look at the starter. The other one did get damaged. The solenoid got damaged in the wreck, so we'll have to use this one from the old engine. Okay, so there's one more clip right here that we need to disconnect on this side over here by the water pump. Got to make sure we get all of these wires disconnected. Okay, with that we should be able to lift this off of here. Here's a look at this from the back side. And you'll probably get a little fuel leaking out of that fuel rail. Okay, so we're just moving some things over. Got a 13 right here for this oil dipstick. Now if things are going well, it will wiggle and lift up out of there. If things are not going well, it breaks off down in. This is my replacement engine. And that one was seized. Now the whole reason I was removing it is because it got damaged. So no way of getting that out from up here. And I'm hoping that when I replace the oil pan, I can get to it. Now I've already got the oil cooler off. You don't have to remove this part here, but I'll show you on the other. I'm going to just taking the whole thing and moving it over. Now I'll mention I'm going to swap this harness. Kind of got leaving half of it and just putting on this half, because I know where everything goes here, and it's just going to make it a little bit easier. Okay, so I'm just disconnecting the old harness here, pulling these safety locks back on the coil packs, and then they will release. Okay, so we got that loose there. So the old harness is okay, but I don't feel like soldering the wires. And we've got a ground right here. 13. We're gonna get the alternator swapped over here. Yeah, I've got one more right here. So we're just gonna have to remember, put everything back where it goes. So I've got most of the engine tore apart, the intake and everything anyway, so swapping this harness is nothing. We're going to get the CV bracket back on. It's got a couple of locating dowels. Don't forget to put it around there the right way. Okay, so we've got locating dowels up here. And maybe some gunk in there. Because I had to clean that out a little bit. Locating dowels. Got our medium Loctite. Long bolts. And this needs to go on before I put the intake. I'm going to torque these in a minute. 16 millimeter. Get my torque wrench over here. We'll torque those to 35. Alright, we're going to work on removing this oil cooler. I'm going to start with the tubes, 13 millimeter. We're going to take these bands loose. I've already got the pan down here because we're going to have stuff leaking out. We're going to take this heat shield off first, 10 millimeters. These right down here. So these things are really not fun to get unglued here. I got the pan down here to catch the coolant. Okay. So we got the coolant out of those pipes. This engine, the 2013, I just noticed the bed plate is different. It actually has this, brace or whatever, the attachment for the oil cooler here, made into the bed plate. Okay, it's not like that. This engine come out of the 2015. It's separate, and I didn't even know that. So I was thinking about just swapping this whole thing over, but it's actually can't be removed, so I'm going to put the other one back on. But anyways, fixing to get ready to get the oil filter off. And I'm going to have to clean this thing out. I've got a new one coming set. I don't know when it's going to be here though. So I may not even use this thing. Okay, you're going to need yourself a 12mm Allen. It needs to be kind of deep like this impact set. And I can't show you under here, but I can show you on this one. You can see that hex in there. I'm just going to go in and pop that loose. And this part will come out. So that comes out, and then you pull this, separate this from this. So this different on this one because that is made into the bed plate. This just has a seal and just seals up against that. It's got this locator right here, so you can't put it on wrong. It keeps it from turning. That slides right there. So that's all we're doing. And it's not just terribly tight. I mean, we got that loose. So I should be able to clean this out a little bit once I get this out. It's actually still stuck. Not sure why. Okay, there it finally goes. Yeah, I honestly don't think I'm going to be able to clean this thing up with all that in there. I'm just going to have to put everything back together and wait on that piece, I guess. So now, if you get a used engine and it has a smashed up oil pan like mine, then you'll have to swap this out as well. It's also got a slash cut in it over there too, but pretty easy, except you got to take all of the 10mm around here, plus you got this bracket here for the AC, which has a 12mm going into this, and then we have to take and get a putty knife and kind of like, you got to go around all the way around with a putty knife, and kind of using a rubber mallet and a putty knife, just working my way around, because you have to cut all that loose, otherwise you'll just bend the pan up. So that's what I'm kind of working on right now, and I've got to RTV it. As far as I know, there's no gasket, so I'm going to be RTVing this back onto the other one. And a lot of these parts they don't have in stock, so you know, like with the oil cooler, it has to be ordered. See, I had some other stuff. The intake seals, they had to order those. So it's one of those cars that they don't have a lot of stuff in stock. We're going to go ahead and get this off here. I'll show you a little bit of this. So these are 12s. Okay, and then for whatever reason, we've got these long 12s that go up in here, this spot. And then we got another 10. And this is my last one, but this is not going to come off here by no means. So I've got my pan down here ready as well, but you just make sure you got all your bolts out. I'm just going to start somewhere. And this thing likes to spin around, so you got to hold it too. But you just get started. Don't drive it too far and hit stuff in there, but you just kind of get it where it breaks through, and just kind of do this all the way around till basically we cut it loose. And as you get up here, it's kind of hard. You can't really get all the way up there. I have to use a small one to get as far as I can, and then usually it just falls off by the end, but that's what I'm doing here. Once you kind of get this thing going, it's not so bad. You just kind of keep working it around. I've got half of it so far. Right, so we'll get on that other side. Alright, here we are. Now, I always like to just take a wire brush and go all the way around this thing, get all that old RTV off, and I'll have to take a little brush and do the same thing on the bottom of the engine over there, but we're just going to work on cleaning this up now. Alright, here we go. We're going to wire brush this. Now we'll have to take a more subtle approach on the bottom of that engine block. We don't want to be slinging this stuff everywhere. You see, this is not too bad. Very, very little, which is usually the case with the block itself. It's the RTV doesn't stick quite as much. So originally I was going to put this back in and do this in the car, but I'm going to be sitting around waiting on parts, and it's been raining all day, so might as well go ahead and just do this and get it out of the way. I'm going to get this RTV'd, and I'll just probably let this set for the night. Just got to get all this old RTV off. We've got one final step. Okay, so we got it looking pretty good. We're going to take some alcohol here and get us a rag. And we're going to clean this up real good several times, make sure it's nice and clean. Okay, so I went over this several times. I made sure this is absolutely clean. Don't want to be doing this again, want to make sure the RTV is going to stick. Okay, now we're just making sure that this here is clean, and then we're just going to get our RTV around this. Want to make sure you have everything ready to go, have your bolts ready, everything, your socket ready to go. You don't want to messing up and having to do this over. Now you don't have to use the biggest tip on here either. And it's kind of time consuming to get it get it going. We're just going to run a good bead. Going to go around the little bolt holes, and we'll come back around them again. Okay, so we went around this really good, each and every little hole, and whatever you do, don't bend the tube on your RTV. It will bust out all over your hand and make a mess. Don't ask how I know. Well, when setting it in place, I did what you're absolutely not supposed to do, and I had it in the wrong spot and slid it around and made a good mess. But there's enough RTV on there that it's like no danger of not sealing. But yeah, I wasn't even, I think I was farther off than I've ever been in my life when setting that thing. We're just going to finger tighten these, go around and snug them a little bit. I'm still getting RTV on me. And after getting this on here, I realized that I forgot the very thing that I was not supposed to forget, which was to drive the rest of that dipstick tube out. So I'm just finger tightening these, but I may be redoing this again. But you know, sometimes it happens. This may very well be a do-over, because I don't think I'm going to be able to get that out. I tried with various methods and couldn't get it out before, so I don't think it's going to work. I'm just going to finger tighten these, and if I have to redo it, I'll just have to redo it. I'm one of those days you kind of just wish you'd left everything alone. But anyways, I'm just going to tighten these down by hand and call it a night. I've had enough aggravation. Okay, so update. I did get that thing out of there with my spreader pliers and some WD-40. So I was really surprised, but I sure didn't want to take this back apart though. And a little bit of grease on here. A little silicone paste. I'll make sure that this does not stick in here again. You got to see that. Say that is the worst I think I've ever seen. One of these. Let's see if I can get this one down in here. I think we'll get this alternator on here while it's nice and handy. A locating pin. Alright, so I just torqued these to 25 foot-pounds. I'm just going to let this set overnight, and then I'll come back and I'll tighten those. I usually only go like 75, 80 inch-pounds on those little bolts. But we're going to let this set up overnight. And about all I can really do to it. Okay, so I got the intake gaskets here. I just kind of dug those old ones off with a pick tool. Well, these are not. Okay, there it goes. Didn't think they were snapping down in there at first. Definitely don't want to remove one of these without. And I would say if you had your engine out to replace these for whatever reason, because this is not something that I could see you doing while it was in the vehicle. It'd just be so much work to do these gaskets. So if you have it out for any reason, I would say to replace them. Take you no time with the engine out. So get this set back on. Okay, we'll start by setting the intake back onto the studs. If we can get it positioned here. I would really not want to do this in the car. Sure what I'm hitting over here. I got a bolt that I left there so I didn't lose it. So it's a 13 millimeter bolt I had over here. Still not quite lining up though. Okay, I just didn't have it setting just right. Once I tilted a little bit, it pretty much fell into place. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get the two 10 millimeter nuts back on the ends here. Go on each end first. So we got the three 10 millimeter bolts here, here, and here. Okay, now we just got the one on the bottom with the washer, the 10 millimeter. And so we're just kind of loosely getting them in place. Then I'm going to come back and tighten them. Okay, so I'm going to start in the middle, just tightening these, get them snugged down first. I was saying it was calling for like 17 foot-pounds. There's no way I'm tightening these to 17 foot-pounds. I think that's too much for the size bolt. Okay, so I'm decided on 110 inch-pounds, which would be about 8 or 9 foot-pounds. Said if you do this, tighten at your own risk. If you want to go that tight, it's just really not necessary. It's a plastic part. It needs to be tight, but you're going to run the risk of stripping these little bolts. Maybe new, you can get away with it, but the bolts will snap, the aluminum threads will strip. I'm going to tighten this one down here to 110 as well, inch-pounds. Got these two 8mm. Gotta put back in this brace. So I don't torque everything, but you know, these I probably wouldn't go more than 80 inch-pounds. Reconnect our injectors. Alright, I'm getting ready to install the new torque converter seal. We're going to take it out here. This is a National. I'm going to make sure it looks pretty close. So we're going to get our little puller. Be careful, don't damage your. This is one of the handiest tools that you'll ever get. And if you want to keep from damaging the face, you can put something on it. You see how easy that came out of there. Clean that a little bit. Now it's easier to go ahead and coat this with transmission fluid before you slip it on here. It gets a little bit more difficult, but the main thing is you don't want this to be dry. You put the torque converter in there. I'm just using my assembly lube. It's some really goopy stuff, sticks real well. Alright, let me get something else. Okay, this is a pretty snug fit. Get it straight again. Okay, I had to switch over to some 2-inch PVC pipe. Alright, looks pretty good. And on top of coating that seal, I've coated this with transmission fluid here. And we got to keep rotating it till it seats. So you just have to push, spin clockwise. If you don't get a double thud noise, then it's probably not going to be seated far enough. Let me show you. You see how far from the edge here, probably 3/4 of an inch. If you don't get that, you may not have it back far enough, and it's going to be problems. Now, another thing I like to do, wipe the face down, and if you, this one here is fine. I was careful getting it apart so I don't have any dings, but on that engine over there, I'm going to make sure that I check it. If I've got any burrs or dings, I'm going to file them flat, so I'm going to go look at that. I'm putting a little grease around this. Also put some in here, and we'll put a little bit around our locating pegs here as well. Now I should point out, while you're moving this around, you'll want to secure your torque converter. It will just fall out depending on how it's balanced, so make sure that you keep an eye on that. So I'm just getting ready to mate it back up here. Now I don't have the angle right here, but I'm going to lift it around and try to get one loosely started. Usually I can just do this even if I don't have it balanced, and lift it and kind of move it around enough to get a couple of these started, and I'll lower it, get them threaded in there a little better, but definitely be careful, don't try to cross thread it. Okay, I'm just loosely installing these. Another thing I found helpful was sliding a bolt just through this place here where the starter goes, and it's no threads there, it's just holding it kind of in alignment while I'm working on these others. Right, so I'm just going around putting these back in. They're all numbered, so I know exactly where they go. That bolt is actually for my starter, so I don't need that one yet. Now another thing that I would suggest is, to make sure after you get a few bolts in that you can turn your crank, because if you got the torque converter seated improperly, you won't be able to turn it, and you're going to have to take it back apart and reseat it, so just be aware of that. Okay, so I'm just getting ready to set this starter in place. Just feed it back in here. The wire is already attached. Okay, so the 14mm bolt is going to go down here, and the 15 is going to go back up top. So I had all these numbered, so I know everything's going back where it's supposed to go. Okay, I'm just getting these final two bolts down here in the bottom. Just got one on the other side. Okay, so I've been going around here torquing all these to 35 foot-pounds, and we just went around, torqued all the bolts around the transmission. Okay, so I've got the chain, it's just where I had it, taking it out, and I've just looped my strap over here and got it a little better centered up this time, and I'm just getting ready to go back over to the vehicle here. Okay, so I've got it turned sideways, work it in here, and then I'll twist it back where I need it. Okay, I'm going to start rotating it around here. Watch my lines. I kind of got me a strap on here. I can kind of pull this thing where I want it, because it's going to want to swing around where it wants to go. And I'll have to start lifting it up before I get to the subframe back there. So right here, I'm going to start coming up with it. Alright, so I'm just going to slowly come up, just keeping an eye, constantly keeping an eye on things. It's real easy for something to get hung on something, and even though you think everything's clear. And I'm just going to keep checking. Once I get up high enough here, I'll go ahead and start going back. For us, I'm going to go back with it a little bit. Okay, so we're getting real close here. And I've already got my bolts ready to go. I don't think my strap's going to get in the way, but if it does, I will deal with it. So I'm going to slide it back some more. Okay, I need to come up with it some more before I start going back. So I'm not saying this is the easiest way to do it, but this is the way that I'm doing it as far as not removing the subframe. So it starts hitting real quick if you're not constantly looking and lifting it as you go back, because of that subframe is right there. So I have to just kind of inch it back, raise it up, but I'm like almost where I need to be. Give you a view right here. You can see that we got to clear up over this right here. And the same thing over here, we have to clear, not hitting the subframe. Now I'm almost up to the height that I need to be right here. I'm like really close. I'm going to go ahead and just lift it up a little bit more here. Alright, I've got my Loctite. I'm going to try to get a few of these started here. Okay, so I was going to bolt this over here down. Immediately ran into problems. They, for whatever reason, switched up the threads going into this front cover. And instead of being a fine thread, it's a coarse thread. So luckily, I figured it out before I ruined one of these threads here, but I'm going to have to get some more bolts. I've been trying to scrounge some up, and I don't even have anything that's too close to working. So I'm just going to get it secured here on this side with the bolts that I found. A couple of these are like too short, and this is got a different head on it, so I'm going to have to see what I can find. I'd kept trying to get these started, and I was thinking that I was out of alignment. I wound up taking the whole entire motor mount off to see what was going on. Now this is something that I should have checked before I ever put it in, you know, because sometimes these threads get messed up or whatever, but I would have known if I would have checked it out before I started putting it in. So I'm just going to secure that a little bit. I'm going to get on the other side of the transmission. I know I'm not going to have no trouble there. Okay, so these are going in good because they actually fit the threads they're supposed to fit. I just did not. I mean, I know you run into things, but I never in a million years would have thought. I mean, this engine's out of a 2015, but I wouldn't have thought they would change from fine to coarse threads on the front cover for the motor mount bolts. Here I got my 18. Let's snug this down. Okay, so got this bolted up, fixing to get the lift out of the way. It was still a little bit unlevel. I had to lift it a little bit with the jack there. It would have went pretty easy except for these bolts. The threads in the front cover, they changed from the fine whatever they were to the coarse threads, and I didn't know it, so I hunted down what I could, and two of these I know I'm going to have to replace because the length wasn't the same as it was. One of them would work. I think this one is the right length, but these aren't. So I'm going to have to hunt down some bolts, but other than that, it's set in there, and I'm going to get the lift out of the way, and I guess I'm going to hunt down some bolts and see what I can do about that, but at least we got it set in there. Other than that, it went in easy. Just wasn't planning on run into that issue. And even with all the bolts I have here in my bucket, I cannot find the right length bolts and threads to fit that. Okay, so it's a nice cold windy day here today. I did find some nice new bolts, and I went to Ace Hardware. They have a lot of bolts there. These are, figured out the size, they're M10 1.5s that are going into this 2015 motor, and the old ones were M10 1.25s. So I found some bolts the right length and everything, so I put those in there. Okay, I just got the 2 bolts back into these coolant lines for the oil cooler. I mistakenly had that clipped there, but I'm just getting this set back. When I get the oil cooler, I will have to pull these heat shields back down here on these and hook all this up. I'm not going to be using these. I'm going to get some screw style clamps. I don't mind these, but usually when disturbed they like to leak, so, and they're kind of difficult to get to in some cases. The fill check is in the back there. If you can see this, I can't really get where you can see this thing at the moment. I mean, you can kind of sort of see it, but it's back there anyways. I broke that loose before putting this in. It wasn't very tight, but that's where we are supposed to check it at, back there. Of course, where you can't hardly get to, but probably gonna fill it from here though. All right, we're gonna work on getting this center mount hooked back up. Yeah, that clip's wanting to move up there. Alright, I had to tilt it the right way. And we're going to get these 3 bolts going back in here. I'm going to be putting some medium Loctite on them. And I left this bolt out while I get these in because they're going to be more difficult. This will help with the stability once I get these into place. You see how I can easily move this transmission over by hand. So get those other 2. Okay, you may have to move this little clip if you need to kind of feel for it, but we're going to try to get this. I think I actually got it. No. So you just have to reach up over here and feel the little clip to the top of your hand, and then it starts pretty easy. Alright, I'm going to torque these all to 40 foot-pounds here. This is the E18s. So we're going to go 40 on this one as well. Alright, we're going to work on getting our torque converter bolts in. Remember, we got 2 of these at each. We're going to be in our medium Loctite, and you can reach in here if you got your, we need to get out there and turn the crank, but you can move your torque converter a little bit to get it into alignment. See how I'm reaching through this area and it's spinning. See, I got that one there lined up, but I need to turn the crank. We're gonna have to turn the crank a little bit. I just got a wrench on here. I'm gonna just hold it when I have to torque it down. All right, so I'm just moving this over here, and now I'll reach in with my hand and spin this torque converter. One way or the other so I can get the holes to line up. Looks like I went the wrong way. Come back this way. All right, there we go. So we got those lined up. Take our 14 millimeter and snug these up a little bit. At least I think I got the right size. Nope, I got the wrong size. Okay, now I've got my 14 millimeter. And we're gonna snug these up. And then we're gonna loosen them off just a little bit. Not a lot. We're pulling the additional slack between this and the torque converter. We're going to pull it up to the flex plate now. But then I'm going to see how much it pulled that bolt up there. Now if you tried to rotate it with them loose and then you go to pulling one up, it's going to hang up on you, so you got to run them all the way down, pull the torque converter up, and then we're going to loosen them off just a little bit to give us a little slack if we have any alignment issues. Again, just things that you run into. So we'll go ahead and rotate this crank around. There's our other two. We're just going to do the exact same thing. Right, I'm getting ready to go through and torque these now. Got my 14 millimeter. We're going to torque these to 22 foot-pounds. I think I slipped off of it there. Okay, so we've got the first two torqued. I'm just going to rotate it around and get the other two sets, and we'll be finished up with this. Alright, so I'm all the way back to the starting point. It doesn't help to, or hurt to double check if you'd like, but we've been around and torqued them all. Get this plate back on here. Alright. I like the Loctite, everything. I just don't want things to vibrate loose. Now, high strength Loctite is a problem, but the medium, I've never had a problem with it getting it loose. Okay, we're going to get the exhaust manifold back on. I got anti-seize in the threaded holes and on the studs. And I'm going to go ahead and anti-seize the O2 sensors while I'm at it. Okay, I'm going to go through starting from the center, torque these to 35 foot-pounds. Just going to start in the center, crisscross our way out. These are the 13s, and then we'll get on the 14 millimeter nuts, torque those the same. Now, one of the things I did fail to do was to fasten this bracket back to this bolt right here, but I'm actually not worried about it, so I'm going to leave it as is. If you want to fasten yours back, you can, but that's where that went. I just had forgotten about it. So we're going to get these connectors. I find that a lot of things, you know, when you're working on the engine initially, they're going to be clipped. Everything's going to be clipped to everything, but a lot of it's kind of overkill. Okay, so we're getting ready to put this piece of exhaust pipe back in here. I've already got anti-seize on the studs and on the ends of this ready to go, and the gasket is on there, and we're just going to slide it back here. I've got my 13 millimeter nuts, so this is pretty easy. Got to get this turned here right way. Okay, the back is slid on. Now that one that was missing, I put a bolt in there just to kind of give that some support. So I'm going to go ahead and hook up these and try not to get this anti-seize all over me. I really like the stuff, but super messy. Now these I'm just going to torque to about 25, 30 foot-pounds. Okay, so we're on the back side of this exhaust. We're going to get these 13 millimeters. I do about 30, 25, 30 on these as well. 25 is sufficient. Now, whatever you do, don't forget to put your gasket in between here. Okay, we're just getting this clamp. I've got that loosened off the bottom of the engine there just to help line this up. Okay, we've got those snugged up. Okay, I was going to put this heat shield back on, and one of the things I forgot was that it's almost impossible to get it on with this O2 sensor. So now I've got to take this back out. Okay, so now we should be able to slip it down over those studs there, no problem. And again, we're going to put anti-seize on everything, so we're not having trouble with it down the road. I'm really surprised that none of these exhaust bolts snapped off or anything. Okay, we'll just snug these up a little bit. They don't have to be very tight. Okay, we're going to start working on routing these wires and some of these other things back where they go here. We're going to get on this shift lever. I've had to remove it this way because this part was messed up. It just has that slot, goes back on there. That way I put a little bit of Loctite. We'll snug that down. That is a 14. Now this part back here is very easy as far as putting it back. You just snap it right back down. It's just a little bit difficult to get it out of there. This little piece of hose tube has a clamp. Now we got our hoses. Go to our heater. We just need to snap those back on, make sure they're locked. Rotate that where it needs to be. And I have a whole bunch of wires, but everything is labeled, so it's just a matter of getting things back to where we need them. These are going back down to the transmission here. I want to kind of get this done before I move on to the other wires in the junction box there. And the only bad thing about the tape is removing it. All right, so I'm going to put this back in this little box, and these wires are coming. This sets in here. We got this wire that goes back here. So that. Got that 10mm nut. Okay, we're going to feed these down through here. And then these are going to come up right through this part, connect to here. Okay, now I just got to reconnect the ones I've got labeled here So I've got all these numbered. This is going to go here, coming from the side. This one's going to go here. Okay, I knew something was wrong with the way the battery post here was connected. So luckily I have another dart to look at. These two were supposed to be on this post, and this one just had the one. So it's supposed to look like that. These here, I believe, are in the right spot, but I need to get those two big ones there. It wasn't closing right. I knew something was wrong with it. Okay, so now we can fix this one the way that it's supposed to be. And one of these gets turned a little bit. They'll put that one right there. Okay, so that's how this is supposed to look. You'll notice this 6 goes on the right here too, if you do. And the beauty of this is we can actually snap this thing back down again. Now we still have a whole bunch of wires that are going to wrap around the front here and go to other things in a minute, but we're pretty much got everything on the engine here for now. So I've kind of purposely kept the AC compressor because I like this condenser over here out of the way for now. So I'm just kind of doing that until I get absolutely everything else that I need to do. All right, I'm getting ready to go ahead and get the CV axles and everything back together because it's going to be easier with a lot of this other stuff out of the way. So I'm going to go ahead and start over here on the driver's side. Okay, and again, clean the end of this. Little clean transmission fluid on that seal, so it's, and I put a little grease on that clip. All right, and we're going to feed this passenger side CV in. Try to keep that end from getting dirty because I've already cleaned it. And I'm going to have to get under the vehicle now. So a little clean fluid on the seal, and we're going to guide this in here nice and straight. So this bracket likes to hang up here. So if you don't have that bracket turned the right way, you will be taking it back out. So got it fed in there. Okay, and we'll get this bolt. Got Loctite. So we'll just start with the lower one since it's handy. Tighten them all at the same time. And if you want to torque these, I wouldn't go more than probably about 20 to 25. Okay, I got my 2-foot extension. We're going to get these torqued to 25 foot-pounds. Okay, now I'm getting the lower one here. I didn't even realize my extension would get to this the first time. Alright, we're getting ready to put this knuckle back together. Start by slipping this in here. Got white lithium on there already. Sometimes you can push this down by hand, or you may have to use a pry bar if it doesn't, depending on how stiff it is. So I'm going to Push that back in there. Get the bottom lined up. So once you get it lined up, it usually will go this is has a locking nut. Hold this with our 14. Torque this to 52 foot-pounds. Alright, I'm getting ready to get this dust shield back on. This goes with that. Get our 10 millimeters back in here. One more down here at the bottom. I did put a little bit of Loctite. Go ahead and get our axle nut back on here. Alright, so we're going to get our bolts back in place here. And I've got medium Loctite on here as well. Let's see, E20 is what we're using here. Okay, we're going to tighten these to 77 foot-pounds. And we'll get the final torque on this once everything's done. We got the wheel on, but we're going to do the same thing we did on just on the other side as far as putting it back together. Alright, I'm just getting ready to set the AC compressor. I think I've got most everything that I need to do, and I am putting Loctite on these. This thing has been hanging for a while, so definitely be cautious with these little bolts to not get them cross-threaded. Make sure you got it lined up. These are all 13s, by the way. Alright, so I'm going to torque these to 15 foot-pounds. We got our wires, got a clip in there. clips to the side. This one clips here. Okay, I'm getting ready to reconnect these fuel lines. I've got this lock pulled up for the smaller one. Push that down back on there. We got a big, I may have to take that back loose. Purposely left that clamp, that clip off, because I figured it would make it more difficult, but it's still being difficult. Okay, so this one kind of needs to go on first, and then this one, it makes it a lot easier. Okay, I think the next thing we're going to get on here while we still got a little bit of daylight is I'm going to try to mate the radiator up to the condenser. So I've got them both setting together here on this bucket. Now this is the part that I showed you that I kind of like cut this nub off of it here, and that just allows me to slip this back in very easily, and then I can lock these together. There's no need in having to discharge the Freon just to take the radiator off. So we'll just start putting these 8mm back in. So I ran water through this. If you're using your old radiator or whatever, not a bad idea to flush it out. Make sure there's no contaminants in there. Now, I noticed when I was draining it that it didn't seem to be draining good, and I had that excess fluid, and I was thinking I had a clog, but I just didn't have the little petcock valve opened enough. It wasn't coming out good. All right, we're going to start getting some of this in here. I'm going to put right at, this is 4 quarts. We got a quart in this one. So I'm going to get right at 5 quarts in here. That's about what I took out. I might need just a little bit more, but I ought to get pretty close. Just got a 3/8. We're going to have to slowly put this in. We don't want to pour it quickly. It'll start bubbling back out. And I do have the plug on the bottom tightened. So I mainly want to do this before I start getting a lot of stuff on here. It's just going to be easier to go ahead and fill this now. So I'm just going to slowly start doing this. And you'll note right down here, if you start trying to fill this fast, it does that right there, makes a mess. Okay, so here's what I found that worked. I went through that fill plug down in the back that's hard to get to. And I took that out. I run a 1/2-inch heater hose, and I've got like a barb. It's like a 5/8 barb that happens to fit inside of that nicely. And so this is filling it without bubbling. This was doing nothing but bubbling over, making a mess. It's all it was doing. So switched to that back there, and this seems to be working out. Okay, another thing about filling it this way is it does not back up on you. It will, you can pour it in there pretty much as fast as you want. This here just does not work. I guess because it is the vent. I've used it on others going real slow, but boy, this one doesn't want to work at all. So I put back the 5 quarts. So we're going to be like really, really close. I will check it with my tool when I get the car running, but I'm not worried about it. That's what I took out. So if it was right before, it ought to be pretty close. So here's what I'm using here. And this is the little 5/8 barb, the 1/2-inch heater hose, a couple feet of heater hose here, and then just my funnel. And worked really well. I would like to figure out how to get some kind of a dipstick on this thing, but that's going to be for another day. But that would make things a lot easier. I know the hole's threaded, so I'd have to get creative. But this worked out good. Now you have to go underneath to get the little bolt out, and you have to feed it in from underneath as far as you feed it down there, and then go underneath the car and get it into the port there. And it fills really easily with that, so you might want to think about making something like this here. But it doesn't like to fill through that front vent cap there. It just kind of wants to back up. So when you come in here to get this plug and feed that fill tube, you're going to come right above this passenger side CV axle here, and you're going to reach up over this. And if I can show you without knocking everything over here, but that's how you're going to get to this. And you can see it right there. Okay, so I already had that broke loose, so tighten it up. I'm just coming up over here. You probably could go in with an extension, maybe, I don't know, but I'm just doing it with this smaller ratchet, reaching up around and tighten it back up. Doesn't have to be just terribly tight, and I had it broke loose previously just so I wouldn't have to fight with it. I will say, if I knew it was going to be a hassle, I would have filled that transmission before I ever installed it. One thing about filling it through here is it'll usually start pouring out here before you get it full. I'm not sure if that's a good indicator to the level of it. I guess it does work. I've heard where, you know, if it's trickling out with a good stream, that it's usually pretty good. But definitely, you know, you can pump it in through there, but you're only going to be able to pump probably like 3 quarts without it running. And you're going to have to get the rest with it running and have everything level and get under the car. So it's kind of it's not real fun either. So this back here is not too bad. If you got a long hose like this, I'm going to save this hose in that. So if I have to add any more, it's just going to make it a lot easier. You know, obviously you get a clean hose, make sure that there's nothing in it. All right, we're back at it today. We've got a lot of things just left to put together. This bolt that I was using for the lift point here had RTV on it, and I'm getting ready to put that back and tighten it down. So we just got a little RTV. We're going to see if we can get that back. I'm just going to torque this to about 35 foot-pounds here. Just don't know if this would leak without the RTV, so it had it on there previously. I'm putting it back. But it worked out good as a lift point. Yeah, the next thing I've done is got this belt slipped back on while it was out here where it's handy. And basically, I was coming from below with the wrench and then slipping it on this tensioner. You can see how it routes there, but you can pull up diagrams. But we got that back on. And I'd mentioned this previously, that's a 16 millimeter for that tensioner. They're very rarely use a 16 millimeter, but that's what you need for that. I think the next thing I'm going to do is get these hoses routed back up here, getting this bottom one first, and this one goes right here on this side, and I guess I've lost my clamp that I had. So I'm going to be using screw clamps. I find that these spring ones like to leak after they get disturbed. With these, I don't have to worry about it, and I don't want to be coming back in here Tighten that up there. Another windy day today, windy and cold. So yeah, these, snug these up a little bit, and you don't have to worry about any leaks. Just want to try to get the things that are difficult to get to out of the way, that are difficult to reach, etc. Now another thing I'll do is, like right on the barb of these, is put just an ever so light amount of silicone paste or dielectric grease, just to, when I take these, if I have to take these hoses off again, hopefully I won't have to struggle with them quite so much. And then this one, coolant hoses are hooked up, not hooked to the radiator. I still got it over here just sitting. Next thing I want to get on is this battery tray. It's difficult to get to these bolts underneath here, and I want to get to these while this is kind of out of the way. So we got 4 of these bolts all together, plus the little 10mm that comes through there. So we're going to first get this set in here, back the way it went. So again, it's just kind of, you want to think ahead, and if you've got all this apart, it's easier to get things that are easier to get to out of the way before you get too far along. Okay, one thing I just realized is my transmission cooler lines. I'm not going to be able to get to the bracket. I'm going to take this back off and quickly hook those up, because I won't be able to get to the clamp that comes from the top there. These got these little red plugs down here to keep stuff out. Pop those out of there. This transmission cooler never quits dripping. I usually tape them up with some paper towels on the end because it's really annoying. So I'm going to get my banjo bolts. We're going to get that. Let me just get it held here loosely for a moment. And go grab our banjo bolts and washers. So you got the 2 washers there. One, they kind of, one goes on the bolt. So it's going to be sandwiched. Basically, that's going to go on, and then this is going to go on, then it bolts up. Now, if these decide they want to try to leak, I've got these washers with the seals on them, and I'll put those on there. So I'm just going to come from underneath, and I've got a 7/8 here, and I'm just going to snug these up. So these, you can disconnect the hoses from the clips, but I usually do it this way because on some vehicles those clips are very stubborn, and I just get tired of messing with them. Okay, now we can just tighten this clamp, this 10mm. And it goes without saying, those banjo bolts, start those by hand. Do not just put them in there and start tightening it with a wrench. Those are the type of bolts that are very easy to cross thread. And after you get them on, double check, make sure you've got a washer at the head of the bolt and a washer on this side of this fitting for the cooler line. It should be sandwiched. This cooler line should be sandwiched in between those copper washers on both of them. Just make sure they didn't fall off. Okay, now we're going to get back on this battery tray PCM bracket. So the one in the back is the worst because you got the lines and everything here. Okay, so I got the back one snugged up. Okay, and since mine is in halves, I'm going to put the other half on here now. Okay, and while I'm down here at this, before I forget, I'm going to get this ground. We've got this other 10mm right here for the battery tray. Go ahead and get that. We don't want to have to come back and get anything. Okay, we're going to get the PCM back in place. Got the bolts here, here, and then one. So 3 different places. And we'll get those 3 10mm back in. We got the one in the back. Go ahead and start that one. And we got the one right there. So we got the one in the back. And then we just got one more right up here in the front. Okay, these PCMs are color coded. So we're going to just get these connected with the brown on the brown. Okay, we got this 10mm ground we're going to put back. Just snug that up. Okay, now we're going to start moving this over into place and connect the coolant hose to it here, and then we'll swing our oil cooler up. Okay, so I've got this routed back through here. Remember, I had the whole overflow tank together. This is going to pop back down into this rubber grommet. Get these two 10 millimeters back in place. Okay, I about forgot about this piece here. I had it laying on the engine over there. Remember, it hooks in to this tube right there. We're going to route it back around here. It bolts to these 10 millimeters here and here. And that is going to set up there. We're going to get that connected. That's going to set right there. And this routes back down here, clips to this, and then come up to our tank. Okay, so I had got that pushed back in there and locked. Routes right under there. And it looks like I need to disconnect to this because I got this in the wrong spot. And then we can clip that back. And it's not real easy to reach back in there to clip that, but I got that pushed down and I locked it and just made sure it didn't pull back off. So you can see I just fed it right back under here and then reached around, pushed that lock back down there. So it gets to be kind of like a puzzle when you're putting this back together. You have to make sure you get things in the right order. You can see how quickly you have to start taking things back apart if you do something in the wrong order. So we're going to go ahead and get this trans cooler clip back up here. Nothing to it. Okay, so I'm just going to snap this on. I hope that I've got everything in the right order for the radiator supporter. I'm going to be having to take things back apart again, and I don't want to do that. Right, so you can see that's all there is to that, and I left that piece on there, so I'm hoping everything's going to kind of slip over where it was. Okay, and we can't forget about snapping this in here. Well, didn't get it right. And this thing will only go this way. It's got slots for it, but I didn't have it snapped on there far enough. Alright, something's wrong. Alright, finally got it pushed on there. I just didn't have the right angle or something. It was a pretty tight fit. Okay, another thing that was about to slip my mind is my subframe pieces. I've got these E18s. We got to go back up through the bottom, get this bolted on. And I loosened up those rear bolts to get this out, so we'll have to secure those as well. And I may have to leave these slightly loose for the adjustment. Because I'm sure that they're not going to be exactly lined up. So Okay, so the oil cooler just arrived, so I can actually get this put on before having to get everything put together, which is nice. So it comes with a new one of those. I'm going to make sure it still fits that 12 millimeter. They like to change stuff up. These look a little bit bent. I have to straighten those out. Okay, so straighter than it was. Okay, so we just got to line that slot that is right there up with this bump out. Gonna push that up, and we'll probably push it on these lines while we're at it, because they're kind of pushing my part back down. We'll get that lined up. And I'm just going to feed this. Now, aftermarket one was not a 12 millimeter, but I'm just going to use the old one. It looks like it's better made anyway. Okay, I will have to pop those lines back loose. I didn't put my clamps on there. I'm using screw clamps. Whoa. I'm just going to give this a little bit of snug here. So you can also come from up here and kind of eyeball that, where that little nub goes into the slot there. Make sure that it's on there right. Okay, so we still got our heat shield too after we get these clamps on here. Now before I get this heat shield on here, I'm going to go ahead and take care of this oil filter. It's handy. Okay, as it turns out with this particular heat shield, it's not real dang easy to get on there with, so you kind of need to have it on already when you're putting the oil cooler on, because it's kind of tricky to get to those back bolts. I kind of had to cram it in there and move it around a little bit, but I did get it. Okay, now time to get this front radiator support on here. And I'm just going to have to kind of lift this up as I'm working this into place and hope that I don't have any issues. And while we're doing this, these little rubber feet have to slide into these on each side, and then we'll get those caps back on there. So slip those in first on each side, and then we're going to just pick the bottom up, scoot it over. Okay, I'm actually doing it wrong because I got to get the little feet down here in first. Okay, I got it set up on a block a little higher, as you can see. Got those in there, so now we'll get the top in. Okay, now we got those slid back in. We'll get the little retainers. Alright, so we got to get this piece slip back in here, and it's kind of cantankerous. There it goes. Got our 225s Now I keep hoping I'm going to get to the point where things are going to start actually speeding up here. But we got a lot of little things left to do on the front. But we are getting there. I'm going to snug these down. Okay, so this is one of those puzzle pieces I'm telling you about. This is supposed to go under here, but that's okay. I'm just going to pop it loose at the tank and slip it under here because this is supposed to fasten down. So this is supposed to be underneath this right here. I'm going to start with this top aluminum brace. I'm going to put these little 10mm. I'm going to set it on the studs. You'll want to set this side in first because the other side's slotted. So we're just going to secure these, and then we'll work on getting some bolts into the actual frame. Got it setting on blocks, kind of get it to the level I need. You got some medium Loctite. We'll go ahead and get one started up here in the top. We'll get on the other side. Yeah, we've got some medium Loctite. Okay, so remember the back brace is loose until I can get this, the tops secured, and got these little pins. And now we can line it up as we need to. We got medium Loctite. We'll just start the bolt, and if we need to move it, we can. It's going to just tighten these at the same time we tighten back there. This is a little bit off. Okay, it lined up. So far I'm not having any issue. It's like going right into place. I was worried that I would have some alignment issues. These are going no problem. Alright, so snug these up a little bit. We'll get on that other side and just do the same thing. We'll come back and torque those E18s. Okay, we're going to be torquing these all to 40 foot-pounds. Go ahead and torque these to 40 pounds as well, your 15mm. We'll do this on both sides. And we got the lower ones as well. We're going to go 40 on these E18s as well. Okay, we got our wire here, it goes to our fan. We're going to feed it right back in through here. And also we got this connector that goes up to the top there. Okay, we'll just reach in here and push that back on. Now this wire comes up a little bit and is going to snap right up here. And we have this little connector. Okay, and we'll just push this back up on here until it clips and lock it down. We'll do that on the other side too. And this has a little clip here too. So once that fan is connected, there's a couple of places that this wire clips. Like I said, everything, you'll spend more time working on clips, taking something apart, than anything else. So it's up to you if you want to put all these back. I find that they're unnecessary. Okay, so I'm slipping this tank back up in here. It's going underneath these wires and back on the studs. There are 10 millimeters on here. We got the one that goes in the back of the battery PCM tray here. Okay, we got these labeled. We'll make these connections. And then this, let's see, it runs back into this tube down here. I can't remember if it was on the... Okay, yeah, it locks into this. And just slide that back down into that rubber piece there. You know, it was real tricky getting this out. So. Okay, and the rest of it just snaps back into that bottle there. Okay, and over here I just kind of marked where all these clips go so I can get them routed back the way they were. Okay, now I've set my little shroud pieces back in. As you can see, they set right back in there. They just have clips, and they do clip to each other and on the bottom here. So it has the clips going into the support piece that I'm going to put in as well. But right now I'm just wrapping this wire back under here. I said all this is labeled so I know where everything goes. Okay, so this is branching off here, and there's two wires going out for the horn. I'm gonna route this goes to that connector for the vent on the bumper. This just connects all under here, and then this is routing back up to here, and then these wires are going to feed into this. Okay, so we have to kind of feed these through here one at a time. We just got this one little hole. Alright, so we got to reconnect the horn. Now I also have these labeled as to where they came from. We'll snap these two back on. We'll get the 10mm bolt. Okay, I'm just getting the horn on this side. Now this is going to loop up here. We'll reconnect this to a temperature, ambient air sensor. This is going to loop up through here. And that was just tucked down in there like that. Okay, so I got this wire clipped here and that connector back there. These are our lights and stuff. All right, I'm getting ready to reconnect this air duct piece, and it's going to slide over these studs here. That wire's kind of blocking your view. Then we got our little 13 millimeter nuts put back on the studs here. Okay, those 13s are tightened, those nuts, and we refastened this right here for this coolant. Okay, then we just come back in here and we'll get our 10 millimeter started. Okay, we're going to just reconnect this. Pretty simple. Just give it a pull back. Hook that wire. And just push that back in. And I didn't check, actually didn't check and mark this, but I think this is where it was coming up through. All right, I'm getting ready to set the headlight back in here. And I'm just going to hook those wires up once I get that in place. And this connector clips right under the light right there. You know, this slide up at the top up here is kind of hard to see, so it would have been probably easier to do before putting it in. Okay, so I pulled that back out and made that connection. Now right down here we have the little 8 millimeter that has to line up and go in this area. So a nice 1 foot extension works pretty good right here. All right, so finally got that tightened up. Okay, now I'm going to set this piece. This is the longer one. And just in case I got something out of order, which I probably do, I will simply take them back up. I'm just going to snug them for a moment. So I'm just going to get the headlight on the other side pretty much the same way. Okay, I've got two 10 millimeters of down here. This coolant pipe, I still haven't secured it. Okay, I was going through my checks. I'm getting really close to getting it together here. I'm going to put this air box. It's got to pop down in those little rubber grommets down there on that one piece. Kind of, okay, it helps to look through the fender there. I'm going to get this 10 millimeter back in here. And I do need an air filter. Now, I've got a couple of screws to screw down on this, but I'm going to be changing the air filter out, so I'm not worried about it right now. I'm going to go ahead and set the front cover back on. Get that sensor over there. I need to clean this, by the way. I'm just popping it back down on here. I'm not going to tighten it just yet because I've got a lot of checks to do, and hopefully it's going to run. All right, we got this reconnected for now. Okay, the next thing I want to do is get the bumper back on. I want to have that out of the way. And then I'm going to get some coolant added to it, and I got to get oil in it as well. Okay, so the very first thing, we got this connector down in the center. We're going to need to hook that up. Okay, all I've done is just set it up there on those nubs on the headlights. So this connector, push back on it. Okay, we're going to start pulling this up and snapping this down. Here we got the 10 millimeter. Okay, so we're just going to thread our 10 millimeter back up in here. We'll do this on each side. So put a couple of push pins in here on each side, and I've got to get, looks like a couple of these 10 millimeters in here. Kind of like set the piece up here to figure out, because I couldn't remember where everything was at. I'm going to put one right here, another 10 millimeter here. Okay, so then we can set this piece. We got the couple long bolts going here and here. So this side over here. Okay, so we're just going to get the rest of these push pins in here. All right, I'm about to get some oil in here. 0 W20, just put a full jug. Do have the oil plug tighten. And we'll get this in here, and then we're going to get some coolant in it. Okay, now we're going to get on the coolant. All right, I got my coolant tank to get the air out. These are just adapters, and then that pops in there. Okay, I'm going to add a jug of coolant concentrate and then fill the rest with water. It's like a 7-quart system, but this is how I'm going to do it. And we'll check for leaks. We'll get a full jug of coolant and then distilled water. Okay, I got 1 gallon in there, and it's kind of quit taking, so we may have to get it running to get it circulating better, but it's kind of slowed way down. Okay, I'm just gonna get the battery in. All right, let's snug it up. Okay, we'll go ahead and get the negative. Okay, so we got oil in it and coolant, and I'm gonna try to fire it up, see what it's gonna do. All right, so we're fixing to crank it up here. All right, so she fires up. So we're gonna have to check for leaks. There's gonna be a lot of burn off. Anti-seize on the bolts, lots of oil spilled. So we're going to check it over here. Okay, well, one of my idlers or something here is making some racket, but other than that, I haven't seen any issues yet. Okay, now I got somebody watching the temperature and it's warming up and working the coolant in. I'm going to go ahead and get these wheels on. Okay, I'm going to get these lugs in. Now we're going to leave that center cap out so we can torque that to 148 foot-pounds. And once we get the jack stands and get it lowered, we'll torque these lugs. All right, I'm just going to snug these up a little bit, so we'll torque them when we get it lowered on the ground. Okay, I wanted to give you a view under the car before I lift this thing or lower it. So everything's looking good. No drips or leaks. So we're fixing to get it lowered down, and we'll go ahead and torque the axle nut and the lugs. All right, I'm going to go ahead and torque these to 100 foot-pounds. And then we'll get on our axle nut. Oh, I really hate these capped lug bolts. Okay, we're going to tighten our 36 millimeter to 148 foot-pounds, and keep in mind you got to crimp the head of your axle nut. Okay, so I had to drive this around a little bit to get the air out of here. It was not wanting to open that thermostat up, and I wound up putting 2 gallons with the gallon of the coolant and gallon of water, and I've got it up to temperature. So we'll go ahead and take it down the road now. I'll show you how it's running. Okay, so we've got gas light just come on. We got a check engine light. Haven't looked at that yet. Looks like we got an airbag light. Well, I've got a seat out over here because I was cleaning this thing, so that's probably explains that. The check engine light may be because the thermostat wasn't opening up, and the car thought it was overheating, but it wasn't. I had 1.5 gallons in there. This is like the worst time of the day with the sun right in your eyes, but you see we've got it up to operating temperature, and it seems to be shifting and everything good. You never know, you got a car that's not running, how it's going to shift or anything. But other than some rattles and motor mounts, got some motor mount rattles. Dodge seems to always have issues with motor mounts with their cars, but other than that, it seems to be performing pretty good. So I'm going to take it and get some gas in a minute, but just wanted to show you this going down the road. I'm happy with it. It cranked right up. No issue getting it started or anything, and it sounded really good. Like I said, the noise you're hearing is these motor mounts, and I'm going to have to come back and deal with them. The motor mounts, passenger and the driver's side. And I was driving around. I had the heat on because I wanted to make sure that it was circulating, and as soon as the heat opened up, I knew that finally had the air out of it. But I just had to drive it around, kind of put around with it a little bit and drive it a few miles to get the air to work itself out. But overall, I'm real happy with it and how it turned out. Okay, so other than checking the transmission fluid, I do have a tool to check that with, but it's very hard to get in there. But I put it back exactly what came out, so I'll get around to checking that. Plug my scan tool up, get it up to temperature, and figure out how I can get in there to check that. But other than that, everything else is doing really good. Says, the engine, I talked about, the price of the engine, $1,600. I spent about 5 days, 2 days, pretty much getting everything apart, getting the engine out. I spent a day of prepping the used engine, swapping stuff over, and then 2 days putting it back together. So, okay, so I just got to get the fender skirts back on. I left those out in case I need to see in there to see more what's going on, or if there was a problem. And there may be an issue with one of these tensioners or something because it's making a little racket, but I'll see if it goes away. But yeah, everything went well. No drips or leaks or anything whatsoever. So I'm very happy with it. I've looked under there a couple times. So far, everything is doing really well. So that's going to do it for the video. And if you like the content, you know, I invite you to subscribe to the channel. And if you found this helpful, give it a thumbs up. And thank you for watching.